Us on the web, brought to you by Showbarn Flicks. And welcome here to the ABGA show of your Fullblood does. We are now rolling with class number one. Welcome to today's coverage of the ABGA Fullblood Doe Show. Again, brought to you by Showbarn Flicks. Class number one is rolling in. There are 34 entries in class number one. No random drug selecting has been taken for this class. Class number two of you junior full-blood does, 0 to 3. Please line up in that holding area. Class number two, make your way and check in the holding area. We welcome back our judges today. Our first judge is Mr. Sammy Lorena. Sammy and his wife Taylor live in Ipeland, Texas, where they own and operate Red Oak Ranch. Sammy has been an ABGA member since 2006, and in the spring of 2014 became a certified judge for the ABGA. Since becoming a judge, Sammy has judged in over 24 states. Some of his highlights include judging the ABGA Nationals in 2016, 2019, 2022, and 2024, making this his fourth year. Sammy has judged also at the Yellow Rose Classic, at the Fort Worth Stock Show, and the North American in Louisville twice, along with the Houston Livestock Show. With actively raising competitive show goats, Sammy also has a small ruminant reproduction business. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Sammy Lorena. And your second judge this morning is Michaela Burns, returning back. She has been a part of the boar goat industry since 1999. Formerly a Richardson with Richardson Boar Goats, her passion for the breed and youth of this industry, Michaela became an ABGA judge to mentor and educate people inside and outside the ring. With her husband Dustin, their children Jace, Evelyn, and Lainey, they're now building a herd as a family known as Burns Premier Show Stock. Michaela says, I've set a goal with each show I set to judge, and that is to teach something new to at least one person before I leave that show. It has been an incredible journey in life being a part of the American Beauregard Association. It is something I am excited about bringing my growing family into as well, allowing our children to be involved with the junior ABGA and all the opportunities that come with it. Please also give a warm welcome to Michaela Burns. Your third judge this morning is Anton Ward. Anton was born and raised in the province of Transvaal, also known as Limpopo, province in South Africa. He received his bachelor's in agriculture, animal science from Pretoria Technikon. Anton has been judging livestock since 1988, and his first herd of boars were raised in Africa. Upon his move to the United States in 1993, he has been involved with the ABGA since the very beginning. Throughout the years, you would find Anton judging many major shows in Canada as well as the United States. Not only has he trained many judges here, he has trained several Canadian judges throughout his early career. From 1993 to 2020, he raised boar goats here in the United States. He currently raises beef cattle and has been part of that industry since 2003. ABGA is pleased to announce that this will be Anton's 8th time judging at Nationals. Also give a warm welcome to Anton Ward. Thank you to our judges this morning. We'll kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 1. It's the first class of junior full-blood does of 0 to 3 months. Thank you to those exhibitors. And as the judges make their final decisions here in class number 1, we should have class number 2 lined up in that holding area. Class number 2, please be lined up in the holding area. Thank you. We've got a number of sponsors this week for our buckles and ribbons and banners, as well as some of our bronze. Those who have contributed towards those bronzes and banners and buckles. Those donors include Yoakum Livestock, Mantadia Farm, Stephanie and John Gorman, Beth and Clayton Newton, 2M Boar Goats, April Stover, Kane Yearling, Triple W Genetics, Rowdy Acres Boar Goats, Trevor Matty Clemens, Kellen Knott, Ranchos Four Hermanos, Redden Brothers Livestock, and Timothy Humble. Some of our many buckle, ribbon, and banner and bronze sponsors for this week's ABGA show. Thank you again to those sponsors. Find my card. We do have a number of vendors throughout our facilities this week. Those vendors would like to be announced this morning. We got a few commercials for some of those vendors. Those include Weaver, the Blue Bottle Lady, Cheshire Moon Farms, Biogenetics LLC, Agribuckle, Evolution Feeds, Triple W Genetics, Stock Vets, Lowe's Purple Vision, Stegel Fabrication and Engineering, the Indiana Boar Goat Association, Mormon Showtech, also Style and Grace Boutique, Casada Creations, who, by the way, will be closing their booth today at noon. So stop by Casada Creations before noon, before they close. Also Seidel, Sullivan Supplies, Showcoat Solutions, which today is their last day at Nationals. Please go to Showcoat Solutions for any last-minute needs before they see you at the next show. Also stop by Herd Builder Pro, Kubota Tractor Sales, Circle of Winter Sale, Kenna Cones, The Goat Shed, Outback Laboratories, and TD Wall Incorporated trailer sales, located right directly here behind the announcer's booth. Please go out and see those many vendors as you walk around this week's ABGA show. Thank you.
Okay. So we good to start? Well, I definitely think this is a good way to start off the Fullblood Doe show. We've got a lot of quality from front to back here in this 0 to 3 class. One that we all came to agreement on, especially this top pair. This female that leads the class is definitely the most complete in all of our minds today. One that just tracks the squarest, tracks the widest from the ground. One that's really clean fronted. She ties into that shoulder really nice. You get her on the profile, and she's one that balances up the best in the class today, just from that shoulder down to that pin set there, and how she blends through that stifle, and when she's on the move, she's one that's a little more seamless as she gets around the ring. Just a really nice doe there to win the class. We come into the second place doe, and I think this second doe definitely ties in better to our first place compared to the ones that step behind her, especially when you get her on that profile. You love the elegance about her. You love how she ties into that shoulder. One that's super level across that top, just has that ever so slight angulation that you like and that you need when they're on the move. One that's still clean fronted and good enough chested. She's got enough base width. I think where she falls herself in that second place, she gives up a little bit of length, just a little bit of overall power and size and scale. But another really nice one there in second. We get to the young lady's red tail doe here in third, and one that you love from the front view here. You definitely love the width and the natural base width as she carries from the ground up. She tracks good off those rear two. One that just gets a little bit more plainer sided here, not quite as elegant in that head and horn set. Just definitely has a lot more maturing to do to catch up with the two ahead, but definitely a really nice one in third. We get to this little red doe here, one that just gets a little shorter in length today for us, maybe just a touch steeper through that hip, a little shorter hip as she gets on the move. One that you'd like to see a little bigger footed, a little more natural bone to her, and a little more shape to balance her out to get her ahead in the class today, but another nice one in fourth. The same thing with this paint doe here coming in fifth. I think we get a little shorter in overall body length here. One that just definitely tries to steep off a little steeper through that hip as well. Doesn't quite tie in as well through that hip and that stifle area. She's on the move. We want to balance that rear two out just a little bit more to make her a little more complete to get higher in the class. We get to this little dapple doe here, and one that we all found very intriguing when she came in the class. You love the width that she has. She might be a little smaller in scale and size today, but one that certainly is neat to look at. But you get to study her and handle her and get her on the move. You want to widen her out as she gets across or as she gets away from you. Give her a little more handle. One that certainly still is awfully pretty on the side profile. She's again just one that's a little more green in terms of her makeup. Needs to do a little more maturing to catch up with the ones ahead. We get to this young lady's traditional doe here, and one that's got some width to her. She's got some power to her, but one that gets a little not quite as strong in those rear two pasterns as we'd like to see. Definitely one that we'd like to fix structurally and to give her some more strength there off those rear two, especially to balance her out and give her some more integrity to get her higher in the class. We get to this young lady's Cape doe here, and one that just gets a little frailer made in her makeup, and she's certainly young, so she's got a lot of catching up to do and a lot of time to mature. But today there was some ahead of her that just had a little more scale to them, a little more bone and power. But one that again is certainly beautiful on the side profile, just a little younger today in the class and not quite as mature today, and that's okay. We get to this young lady's traditional here, and definitely one that I think, again, has some power to her. She's got some foot and bone and mass, but one that we just need to tie in those rear two, tie in that hip a little more balance, give her a little more angulation out of that top of her shoulder there, just to kind of complete her look, balance her out, make her a little more consistent to put her higher. We get to this young lady's doe that rounds out the class today, and I think that she's one that just narrows up the most and one that doesn't quite track as good off those rear two as we'd like to see in this day and age. One that's long-bodied, certainly. She's level across that top, but when you get around from all angles, we want to give her a little more three-dimensional shape, give her a little more width as she gets away from you. Really nice class of 0 to 3s.
And congratulations of our first class today. Class number 1 of our junior full-blood does 0 to 3 months. Your top 10 are as follows. In 10th place was Hannah Chafee, showing FCFG Blazing Ember. Your 9th place exhibitor was Samantha Sullivan, showing BGOP Swans Mellow Champagne. Your 8th place goes to Jordan Yellenek, showing JDJ77, Shooting Dice in the Casino. 7th place goes to Cassie Johnson with Rock 1 in Good Faith. 6th place goes to Chuck and Brenda Fitzwater with FCFB Ombre. Your 5th place exhibitor was Tori Brinks with TBB GF Magnetic Storm. 4th goes to Caden Helgeson with BFRB Brookside Boars Dream This. 3rd was Zachary Phillips with SBZ1 Wildflower. Your 2nd place exhibitor was Emily Reed with EPFEN Athena. Your top exhibitor in class number 1, 0 to 3s, was Piper Fisher with TKGB Zelda. We're now rolling into class number 2, junior full-blood does 0 to 3 months. There should be 29 entries in this class. Class number 3, make your way to the holding area. Class 3, make your way to the holding area. Don't forget about our Oldtimer Showmanship. That'll be happening today at lunch. Oldtimer Showmanship, that'll be sponsored by Beatty Livestock. And our lunch break will take place after the junior drive as well as the pairs and mixed pairs. So drive pairs and mixed pairs. Basically, when the juniors are done, we will be taking that lunch break today. We'll kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 2. Still working on junior full-blood does 0 to 3. Class 3, be lined up in that holding area. Class 3, get checked in and be lined up in the holding area, please. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Starting off with the second class this morning. Very nice doe standing in front. Probably not as clean around the neck compared to the doe standing second to her, but this doe is very correct. Probably one of the most correct goats in the class. Just very wide front to back. We really do like the barrel and the femininity on that doe. Good hip on that doe, ladies and gentlemen. If you look at her from the top, that barrel is nice and wide. She's nice and wide over the loin. Just a nice feminine doe. Good side profile, beautiful head on that doe. The doe standing second, probably a little bit longer, a little bit taller on the leg, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice and tight over the shoulders there. Good length of body on that doe with a good hip on that doe. Probably if you compare it with a doe in front of her, we would like to see it just a little more tight over the shoulders compared to that doe, but good top line on that doe. Just a nice doe, good side profile, nice feminine doe. This little doe is probably the smallest goat in the class, ladies and gentlemen, but she played very well. It's a goat that very feminine little doe. You could see she's probably not as the volume of the two does in front of her, but you can see a good length of body. It's a doe that's very feminine. I really do like the balance that she has, the length of leg and the depth of the body on that doe. Good hip on that doe, just a nice feminine doe. Then the doe standing second behind her, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we came a little bit where we ran into a little bit of problems. This doe's got a nice head on her, probably a very strong head. You can see there, good breed character to that head. A little hollow in that chest, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at her from the front. Like to see a little bit wider between the hocks when she walks. Good hip on her otherwise. Nice side profile, nice feminine doe. The doe standing behind her. Good bone to that doe. Really do like the bone. Nice front chest to it. I'd like to see that width of that chest follow all the way through. When she walks away from you, she's a little close behind. Like to see her just a little bit wider between the hocks, a little bit more deeper in the twist. But you can see there, she's nice and wide over the barrel. Nice feminine doe too. Good hip on that doe too. Then we get to the spotted doe standing behind her, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to see her width from front to back. You can see as she stands on top of her legs, or the legs a little bit under her. You want to see her a little more square on the front legs. And I like the depth on this doe. Good hip on that doe too, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, if you look at that doe, when she walk away or you stretch out a little bit, she falls. I like to see a little bit fuller behind her shoulder blades there. Otherwise, a very nice doe. Then the doe behind her, a lot of bone to that doe too, ladies and gentlemen. Good hip to her. A little soft on the passions as you look at it. The one closest to me, you can see passions are a little soft. We would like to see a little stronger on those passions. And then we get to the goat behind her, also a goat with a lot of bone to her. You can see thick bone to that doe. Like to see that. Good depth to that doe. Little problems in the hindquarters too. As she stands there, when she walks away from you, a little soft in the passions in the back. I'd like to see her up a little bit. I know she's long in the passion, but you still want to see them strong, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a problem if they're long in the passion, but you really want to see them a little bit stronger. Then the doe behind her, a little overpowered with the doe standing in front of her. Good side profile to her, ladies and gentlemen, with a good chest on that doe. Like to see just a little more width to that doe, front to back, compared to the doe standing in front of her. Very nice feminine doe standing here. Also, when she walks away, hocks a little closer. And then the doe standing in the back, ladies and gentlemen. Like to see a little more correct in the chest. If you look at that doe, she tends to be a little bulldog. I would like to see a little more correct in that chest and a little bit strong in the hind passions. Otherwise, a very good class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our exhibitors here in class number 2, junior full-blood does of 0 to 3 months, the second of the 3-month classes. Your top 10 are as follows. 10th place was Sawyer Curry, showing Curry Smoking Hot Peanut. 9th place exhibitor goes to Drew Pontius, showing DPON Snow Angel. 8th place was Noah Teal with Teal Genetics, She's Priceless. 7th place goes to Chase Zilkowski, showing CPW Pearls Miss Priss. Your 6th place exhibitor was Jose Arias, showing R4H Midnight Eclipse. 5th place goes to Taylor Jones with TJ97 Three Haze Plain Jane. 4th place goes to Adeline Horn with RBMG Samantha. 3rd place goes to Cameron White with CPW Pearls Jailbirdie. 2nd was Zeb James with ZTJ 2MHK Sippin' and Trippin'. And your top exhibitor in class number 2 is Walker Short with ROE3 Weeping Willow. That rounds out the top 10 for class number 2. Now rolling into the ring is class number 3. Class number 3, your junior full-blood does, moving up to the 3 to 6 month category. Our random drug selector for this class has chosen third place to undergo testing. Third place here in class number 3. Correction to that last announcement, there is no random drug testing selected for this class. Third place, omit that announcement. There is no drug testing selected for class 3. We will now kindly dismiss the rail here in Class 3 with our junior full-blood does of 3 to 6 months. And Class number 4. Get lined up in that holding area. Class number 4. The ABGA has had me announce our Ennoblement Awards for this last year. It was not done yesterday during the members' meeting, so we will call out some of those Ennoblement Awards today. I'll read off a number of those at a time. So for your Ennoblement Awards for this year's show, 2CCB Outcast Homewrecker receiving an Ennoblement Award, as well as 2M Boergoats Jameson Whiskey, BACSF Chick Magnet, BOBG Fireflight, also CNWT Addicted to Speed, FNHR Lazy Perfect Journey receiving an Ennoblement Award. Also JC Boergoats Ultimate Grace, KHBG1 Toxic Heart, Maine Cash Crop, as well as Maine Headliner, MW8 Westfall's Ray of Hope, Show Me Boars Easy to Please, TST1 Acres, Windy Acres, Smoke 'em If You Got 'em, 8881 Double D G116 Simply Amazing J36 receiving an Ennoblement Award, as well as DCKM Post Rock Dots Power Play. Also HRDR 401K Medicine Man, Geoda Ranch Heart of Hercules, and VKRN Knockem receiving some of this year's Ennoblement Awards. I'll be announcing some of those Ennoblement Awards throughout the day. For those of you just coming into the arena, Showcoat Solutions, today is their last day at Nationals. Also go to Showcoat Solutions for any last-minute needs before they see you at the next show. Also, Casada Creations will be closing their booth today at noon. So make sure you stop by those vendors before they take off.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 2 for us and day 15 for you guys if you've been here all week. So, but it's another great day. We're appreciative to be here. The class we've got here is certainly a lot of give and take in this class. When you start to prioritize fundamentals in terms of structural integrity, when you do that, for us at least, we find ourselves looking at 2 females here that made it to the top end. The black-headed doe is one that, for us, in terms of structural integrity and breed character and strength of head and jaw, I think migrated her way to the top rather handily for us. One that's the most balanced and proportional, we feel, in every aspect you choose to look at that female, as she shows for us right now. One that gives you an exceptionally good look from the side. You get in front of her and behind her, and she just really doesn't disappoint you in any particular way. That's just a really good sound structural female to go ahead and build a class from, and obviously we chose to do that. The one in second arguably maybe is just a touch longer spine than our class winner, but you start to analyze that one, maybe she's not as smooth nor as clean in the way she ties into the top of her shoulder blade, but one that gives you a lot of meat and muscle in that rear leg when you handle her. Really good in terms of feet and legs, and obviously she was the logical choice to go ahead and run up there in second when you're prioritizing structure. The one in third there certainly gives you a really good look in terms of center body, really robust as far as rib cage and shape and how much that one gives you. Where we drew a little bit of concern with her is when you set that one in motion. She maybe wants to carry a hock in a little bit more than what we're comfortable with, particularly that right hock. That's one where she wants to give up a little bit of integrity on that one, but still I think the front 2/3 of that female from a production standpoint can certainly offer a breeder a lot of good. The gentleman that comes in fourth with your black female, a really striking, neat type female that certainly gives you a very feminine and refined look. When you look at her, for us, we start to draw issue with her back pasterns. That's one that gets too straight, and when you get too straight, that one affects the ability to give you some flex and some shock absorption when you set that one in motion, and I think it carries through when you start to study that one about her hip. That's one we need to give actually just a little bit more flex in terms of her pastern, with it being as straight as it is. The red paint doe that follows is one that, again, she's really good in terms of chest floor width. You appreciate that look she gives you. You start to look at that one about center spine, and she's maybe not as level across her hip, maybe wants to get a little bit higher at times. Certainly nothing out of the range of acceptability, but when you start to look at her in comparison to the females that stood ahead of her, it certainly is something that can affect her in her final placing. But again, I think a good female with a lot of center body mass to her as well. The one that comes in that follows the red-shouldered female, one that we felt was cut from a different pattern when you start to analyze and study that one. Maybe one that got just a nickel tighter about her forerib when you start to compare her to the females that stood ahead of her, but one that gives you a good enough look from the side. She just gets a little bit more tight in terms of how much spring or rib that one gives you. And we get down to the black doe that follows her, one that certainly gives you a lot of look and a lot of center body mass, but you set that one in motions, you can see those back pasterns, they just get a little bit too soft for us, more than what we're comfortable with. And the similar thing for the traditional doe that follows her out. Same thing, extremely striking and elegant in that front 1/3, but there too, those pasterns just get far too soft for us. We get down to the pair of spotted females that round out our top 10. 2 females that you can really summarize a lot of things about and say they're really good from their front 2/3 forward. They're good as far as their rib cage. They're good as far as their head shape, but we've got some feet and leg issues that we need to improve on these 2 particular females. Let's give these exhibitors a very well-deserved round of applause.
Great job to our exhibitors here in class number 3, Junior Full-Blood Does, the first of the 3 to 6 month classes. Your 10th place exhibitor was Bill, Sue, Christy, and Rebecca and Nicole Hobby, with Hobby Masterful Queen P2445. 9th place goes to Kendra Myers with BOU1 PBG Tatiana. 8th place goes to Cameron White with CPW Miami Exclusive. Your 7th place exhibitor was Timothy, Arlen, and Becky Humble with BAMF Limitless. 6th place is Ryland Sherwood with RMR3 Rebel My Girl. Your 5th place exhibitor was Jalen Thering with Crazy T. Boer's American Woman. 4th place goes to Wyatt Huban with SFGF2 Stapleton Farms Make 'em Talk. 3rd place was Jalen Thering as well with Crazy T. Boer's Rebel Yell. Your 2nd place exhibitor was Addison Spangler with 2M Boer Goats Kennedy. Your top exhibitor for class number 3, Junior Full-Blood Does, 3 to 6 months, was Josh Gnu with GFXL Platinum Beauty. Again, that's the results of class number 3. Now entering the ring is class number 4, junior full-blood does, 3 to 6 months. Your second of your 3 to 6 month classes. There should be 37 entries in class number 4. We'll kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 4. Your junior full-bloods, 3 to 6. Thank you. Again, class 5, if you haven't lined up in that holding area, please, class 5, get lined up in that holding area.
This was definitely a tough class to sort through. I think the quality runs deep. They stand pretty deep here from front to back. I mean, there's really not a bad-looking doe here in this lineup, and I'm very happy with that. We've all unanimously come to this trio here that leads out. This first-place doe, we've talked about the three standing here, and this first-place one to all three of us we think is the most complete, the one that's the whole package, the one that brings you femininity, elegance, power, design from the profile, but still has enough width from front to back and tracks extremely square and wide to the ground. One that you love and how she handles across that top. She's wide between that shoulder blade. She's wide through that hip. One that just looks really good on the move. She's comfortable as she gets around the ring, and she's really seamless in her lines. Just a really good one to lead the class. We follow one with this doe in second, though I think as far as profile and style, she follows up exceptionally well with our class winner. One that maybe handles with a little more natural power, a little bigger hipped, but one that just doesn't have the head shape that we were looking for as far as feminine. We wanted to kind of clean her up a little bit, give her just more touch of elegance there, a little more extension to balance with the doe in front, but one that you certainly have to appreciate how she handles, and one that just packs so much mass and still has enough elegance to stand in that second hole. We get to this young man's third doe here, one that doesn't quite have the width in that chest floor there, the width through that rear too as she gets away from you, as the pair had ahead, but one that again you certainly appreciate the length of body and how she handles through that top. She's not quite as heavy muscled as the pair ahead of her, one we'd like to give again a little more elegance through that head and neck area. Just a really nice, well-balanced one that if we gave her some more width, we could easily put her higher in the class. We come to this young lady's paint doe here, and one that I think from the profile, she's pretty as a picture. You love the length to her. She's level across that top. She's one that for us, when we got him on the move, she got a little more stiff off those rear two, not quite as comfortable on the move, not quite as seamless in that rear shape that she's given us and how she transitions, but you really appreciate that front 1/3 and how elevated and elongated she is. I think if we can make her a little more comfortable as she gets around the ring, give her a little more flexibility on the move, she'd move up easy. We get to the young man's red doe here, and one that I think is we love the moderate design that she has, but that's where she found her downfall today. She gets a little outsized, a little outpowered compared to the does ahead of her. One that you certainly appreciate the squareness from the ground up, one that tracks really good. I don't think you can make her any better off the feet and legs, but one that I think if we gave her some more size, maybe slightly change the direction, how she comes out of that shoulder, I think we could easily put her higher. We get to the young lady's traditional doe, and this is one that I think, again, you get on the profile and you really love her. When you get around from all angles to her, that's where she starts to narrow up. She gets a little more narrow at the knee and to the foot. One that gets a little more narrow, she tracks away from you. But again, you certainly appreciate the elegance that she has and how she balances out on that profile. We get to the Cape doe here, and again, this is where we kind of start to lose some natural power. We get a little smaller footed, a little smaller boned on this female here. One, you want to clean up that brisket on her chest just a touch, give her a little more strength behind that shoulder blade to put her any higher in the class. We get to this dapple doe here, and one that I think definitely you'll love her again from the profile. One for us that gets a little too soft-centered. She gets a little more over-conditioned, not quite as refreshing and clean as we'd like her to be to put her higher. One that I think still handles with enough through that top. I think if we just gave her a little more fresher look, we tightened everything up just a bit. When we got her on the move, we can make her a little tighter. I think we can move her higher. We get to this paint doe here that gets towards our pair, and certainly you can put her with the paint doe that rounds out the class. I think these two are more definitely close in type and kind. I think these two here, one, we want to clean up the chest on this doe that comes in the 9th place. One that you want to take some of that belly off. You want to just take away some of that over-conditioning, give her a little more natural power. One that you certainly want to see walk a little square at the hocks. We can get to the paint doe that rounds out the class, and I think this one, again, just gets outpowered, outsized today in scale. One you want to give a little more overall width and balance to put her higher. Really nice class of those here.
Congratulations, our exhibitors here in Class 4 of Junior Fullbloods 3 to 6 months. Your top 10 here are as follows. 10th place was Mallory Gavert, showing PF08 toss and turn. Your 9th place exhibitor was Lindsay Van Wyck with DTFVW, Are You Thinking About Me? Your 9th place exhibitor, 8th place exhibitor, goes to Dylan Harmon with DMHN Olympia. 7th place was Lindsay Van Wyck with DTFVW, I'm Luxurious. 6th place was Bailey Brumfield with Black Friday Feeling. Fifth place goes to Eli Merrill with NF3 Newton Farms Lady Luck. Fourth place was Piper Fisher with TKGB Chantilly. Third place was Cassidy Pagel showing Regal Standing on Business. Your second place exhibitor was Maddox Newman with MCN3 Influencer. And your top exhibitor with Class 4 was Cassidy Pagel showing Regal Unfinished Business. Again, that's the results of Class 4 junior full-bloods of 3 to 6 months. We now have Class 5 rolling into the ring. Class 5 junior full-bloods 3 to 6 months. There should be 40 entries in class number 5. We'll now kindly dismiss the rail, class number 5. Your junior full-blood does 3 to 6 months. As our judges make their decisions, class number 6, junior full-blood 6 to 9, please line up in that holding area. Junior full-blood 6 to 9, line up in that holding area. Thank you. We got a few more ennoblements we want to list off. Those include for JJ, the Town Rowdy. Also, BOET, Peaches and Cream. Caprioli's Larry Brown. Caprioli's Tell 'em I'm Rich, among those ennoblement awards this year. Cool Breeze Color Guard. Also, Maddie Kapuska. Also, Maddie TRV Culture Shock. RBGS Dazed and Confused. Shepherd Creek Ready to Rain. CHNL Magic's Wonderland. Also, Maddie SHGG Kool-Aid, Mantadia Mesmerized, RMA2 Best Kept Secret, RMA2 Kennedy, and Triple M Ranch Docs Outstanding, among some more of our ennoblement awards that we're handing out this year to those animals. Congratulations to those ennoblement awards.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we start this class off with this nice doe standing here. If you look at the side profile in this doe, we turned her loose there. The top three we turned loose back there, and we compare them to one another. This doe here has got a lot of muscle to her, a lot of natural muscle. And when she walks, she's wide in the barrel. She's nice, full behind the shoulders, ladies and gentlemen. It's a doe that's very smooth from the front to back. Yes, we can stretch her out a little bit. Yes, we would like to see a little more breed character to that head, a little more Roman nose to her. But she's got a good bottom jaw. I like the wide nostrils on that doe. Good chest on that doe, probably the widest chested doe in here. It's a very nice doe. She follows from the front to back. Good balance to that doe. Nice feminine doe with all that natural muscle. We have a lot of femininity there, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, yes, we can stretch out a little bit. The goat standing second, beautiful head on that doe. Probably much stronger head compared to the doe standing in front of her. But she's got a good chest on her, ladies and gentlemen. She's nice and deep. Nice feminine doe. Good hip on that doe. Little concerned about the back hocks. As soon as you turn her loose, like to see her just a little wider when she walks. But otherwise, look at the side profile on that doe. Nice feminine doe, ladies and gentlemen. Good depth to her. Then this dark-headed doe behind her in the third spot. A lot of bone to that doe. Really like the bone on that doe. Good head on that doe too. Nice hip on that doe. Nice and wide over the barrel. You can see she's wide over the loin too. Also, we would like to see her just track a little bit wider in the hind. Then we have this doe in the fourth spot. Like to stretch her out just a little bit. Good side profile on that doe, ladies and gentlemen. Like to fix the hind legs a little straight in the back for me. Otherwise, good depth to that doe. Nice feminine doe. Like I said, we'd like to stretch her out, but she's got good rib on her otherwise. The doe standing behind her, ladies and gentlemen. Also nice, beautiful head on that doe. You can see as she stands there, very proud doe. She picks her head up nice and high. She's a doe with that flow. She's nice and full behind the shoulders. Good depth to her. Like to stretch out a little bit. A little shorter compared to the doe standing in front of her. Then we have this doe standing behind her. Also a nice feminine doe here, ladies and gentlemen. Good bone to this doe. Like to see her just a little fuller behind the shoulders. You can see she tends to be pinched a little bit. But you can see there's a good loin on that doe. Nice barrel on that doe. Like I said, a lot of bone to her. Good hip on that doe. Just like to see as she walks, a little strong on the hind legs on that doe. Nice doe standing behind her too. You can see good breed character that head, ladies and gentlemen. Good neck extension. You can see a good brisket. She follows deep. She's wedged to the front. Good depth to her. Otherwise, a lot of bone to her too, ladies and gentlemen. This is a nice little doe. Just like to see a little fuller inside the twist, inside of the thigh there. You'd like to see just a little more muscle to that doe, but otherwise a very nice doe. Good side profile, nice feminine doe. Doe standing behind her had a little problems there in the hindquarters when she walks away from us. You can see that she was a little soft on the past, and especially the one here on me. When she was in there and you turn her loose, pastures tend to be a little softer. We have this follow all the way through, ladies and gentlemen, on these goats. So we like to see a little bit strong on the pasture, a little more hip to that doe. Doe standing behind her, not as powerful as the doe standing in front of her. You can see the further pasture from me getting a little soft. Like to see her just a little strong on those pasture. Stretch her out a little bit. The doe behind her, like to see a little more breed character on that head with a little more deeper bottom jaw on that doe. A little sickle head in the legged in the back as she stands there. You can see the knee bends backward a little bit in the back. Like to see her a little strong on those hind legs. Good hindquarters on her, a nice deep twist on her. And the doe standing behind her, good length of body on that doe. Just like to see also a little more breed character that head, ladies and gentlemen. It's a doe that's not as deep as the doe standing in front of her. Good hip on her, otherwise good class. Congratulations to everybody.
Congratulations to our exhibitors here in class number 5 of your junior full-blood does 3 to 6 months. Your top 10 are as follows. In 10th place was Jesse Stover, showing AWS1 Driving Miss Daisy. 9th place exhibitor goes to Olivia Ritchie with T-Walk Fixin' Her Chains. 8th place goes to Taylor Jones with TJ973 Hayes Small Town Smoke Show. 7th place was Kane Nuring with 2M Boer Goats Moxie. 6th place was Colton Westfall with 2M Boer Goats Duchess Royal. Your 5th place exhibitor was Piper Fisher with TKGB Ripley. 4th place also going to Piper Fisher with TKGB Rihanna. 3rd place goes to Colton Cobb Workman with WKMN Lily May. Second place exhibitor was Jesse Stover with AWS1 Killer Queen, and your top exhibitor in class number 5, Junior Full-Blood Does, 3 to 6 months, was Tegan Walker with T-Walk About to Go Down. That rounds up your top 10 in class number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, we got class number 6 walking into the ring right now. Your Full-Blood Junior Does, 6 to 9 months. We have 4th place undergoing testing in this class. A random selector has selected 4th place for class number 6. Judges have made their selections. We'll kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 6 of our junior full-blood does of 6 to 9 months. Once again, if we missed that announcement before, the 4th place exhibitor in this class undergoes that random drug testing here in class 6. We got a few more ennoblements the ABGA wants to announce. These are ennoblement awards given this year. Those are a few more as follows: 8881 Double D D78 Simply Amazing G34. Also, Alexi Maddie Big Bank, East Heritage PTR 50 Shades Darker, Elfin Spot Me Smokin', Maddie Anti-Up, also Maddie TRV Shock Top, MISG Little Red, MKHD Baby's Got Her Blue Jeans On, PMF3 Dark Walker, 2CCB BBF WF, Ford JJJ Back to the Future, 2CCCB Johnny Gone Wild, also 881 Double D Rollin' Thunder G74, JMI What You Say, Double D G116 100 Proof K99, also Regal She Makes Me Smile, SAKB Dirty Deeds, 2 Embora Goats River Rat, Cool Breeze Denali, also Elfin VTZ Sizzlin' Hot Big Shot, LHF5 Locust Haven Dirty Harry, and LHF5 Pretty in Pink. Those are more of our ennoblements that the ABGA wanted us to announce for this year. Congratulations to those ennoblements. If you haven't been to the Kasana Creation booth, that booth will be closing today at noon. Also, Showcoat Solutions. Today is their last day at Nationals. Go to Showcoat Solutions for any last-minute needs before they have to leave.
All right, guys, I think we can all agree that this is definitely another one of those deep sets of does here that we have of juniors, one that we have collectively, unanimously brought to the top of this class is this really nice red doe. This female here is about as raw as you can make one. She comes to you with her true colors, probably the slickest haired doe out here, but that's not a bad thing today. That's one where she actually shows how true she is and her integrity from the ground to her spine and how she moves. This one was seamless for us. One that puts all our parts and pieces together in a perfectly working fashion, one that's just absolutely beautiful to look at off the lead, on the lead, just as elegant as you can make one. Could we give her a touch more power? Sure, we could definitely add some more muscle there, but one that I certainly think has enough that's very deserving in that first hole. When we come to this doe that leads in second, one that we thought was definitely one that had the power, when we turned her off the lead for us, that's where she just kind of fell a little looser there in her shoulder pattern, one that wasn't quite as tightly made, didn't quite work all those parts and pieces moving as seamless as we'd like to, one that maybe got a touch soft off those rear two pasterns, but that's still very critical to get in this doe, one that we still certainly appreciate the depth of body and the length of spine to her, and one that you definitely love how she comes out of that shoulder and ties in. I think if we could tighten those moving parts up when we've turned her loose, I think we could have easily moved her up today. Really nice one in second. We get to the young ladies dapple doe here in third, and I think this one here from the profile is absolutely gorgeous. You love the head, the horn set there. You love how she follows into that spine, one that definitely I think tracks really good, but one that I think definitely needs to handle with a little more natural shape. And again, we got into a little foot issue there where she just got a little soft off those front two pasterns, the front left one more specifically. I think if we could strengthen those starting from the ground up, I think she could have moved up a little easier today, but again, that's getting picky off that top three. When we get to this fourth place doe, I think this doe here is one that gets a little shorter in body, a little shorter in type and kind, one that I think still comes out of that shoulder really nicely, but one that I would like to see maybe just a little more feminine fancies, kind of bring a little more elegance to her in that profile. One I'd like to give a little more angulation there in that hock as she gets away from you, but one that certainly has a lot of good parts and pieces there to play in that top five. Another nice one there in four. We get to the young man's doe here in fifth, and I think this doe might be a little prettier on the profile to the one that stood in front of her, but this one I think just gave up some overall natural width and shape. She's a little smaller footed for us, not quite as heavy boned as the one there in front. I think if we could also stretch her out in those hocks as she gets away from you, square her up a touch, I think we could move her up. We get to the young lady's dapple doe here that comes in, one that certainly looks good from the front angle there. That front 1/3 is absolutely gorgeous. For us, she breaks behind that shoulder. She's not quite as strong in that top. You love the length to her, but you want to definitely strengthen her up there in that center portion, and one that you want to add a little more natural muscle to, as well as straighten those hocks as she gets away from you to put her any higher in the class. We get to the young man's dapple doe here, one that you certainly, again, you love that front 1/3. When you look at her from this angle here, she's got the width and she's got the dimension there between the front end, but one that just didn't handle as well when she was off the lead in that shoulder. She gets a little coarser there, not quite as good in behind that shoulder blade. One we'd certainly like to see with a little more natural power as well, and tie in that back end as she gets away from you to put her higher. When we get to the traditional doe here, one that just gets a little plainer about her head and horn set, not quite as feminine and elegant there. One that I'd like to see just work a little better off those rear two. She wants to kind of keep those legs up underneath of her too much for me and for the rest of us, and one that we see a little more spongy in those rear two pasterns to get her higher in the class. When we get to the one that rounds out the class here, one that you, again, love the front 1/3. She's elegant and pretty in her design. She's not quite as full in that forerib there, wants to lose a little natural shape and muscle. One that just doesn't quite track a square for us today in the class. A really nice class of does nonetheless.
Your results of class number 6, junior full-blood does of 6 to 9 months. The top placings are as follows. Going in 9th place, Sparks Farms with SPRKY Miss Jackson. Your 8th place exhibitor was Bill, Sue, Christy, Rebecca, and Nicole Hobby with Hobby Record IPI N2421. Your 7th place exhibitor goes to Kendry Vargas with KVNA Homewreckers Kim. Your 6th place exhibitor is Nancy Lomax with 2 CCB Futures Eternity. Your fifth place exhibitor is Tucker Llewellyn with Regal Trademarked. Fourth place goes to Emmett Llewellyn with Regal Her Daddy's Money. Third place was Asteroid Livestock with Asteroid Copper Asteroids N2424. And second was Marie Anderson with Hobby Striking Dancer N2428. And your top exhibitor of class number 6 was Justin and Tia Villa with MDLF Troubled Kiss. There again, here's your results of class 6. The Fullblood's 6 to 9 months. We now have Class 7 walking in the ring, Fullblood's 6 to 9 months. Our random selector has selected 8th place in this class to undergo testing. 8th place here in Class 7. Should be 35 entries in this class. At the conclusion of our junior drive and our junior pairs and mixed pairs, we will then break for lunch. That'll have to be after the junior drive, pairs, and mixed pairs. We'll now go ahead and kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 7 of our junior full-blood does of 6 to 9 months. Make sure to join us here for the lunch hour for Oldtimer Showmanship. That's sponsored by Beatty Livestock. Again, that happens over the lunch hour. The lunch hour will happen after the junior drive and junior pairs and mixed pairs. Got a few more ennoblements we'd like to point out for this last year. Little Acres Farm, Annie Oakley. MFR1 Paradox Justified Trouble. MR14 Spot Me Some Cash. Also OKSO3 Square Dancer. OKSO3 Troublemaker. Richardson's Goose. Sarah's Naughty Boar's Capsicum. MBFX Next Besser Misty D407. Also LCR 95 Highwayman. Rocking Sea Boargoats Blackjacks among those ennobled this last year. JC Boargoats Jackhammer NV334. AUBO Aubrey and Sons Passions Allure. Also Caprioli's Ballyho. Caprioli's Ready to Rock. Champions Livestock Sinatra. DC KM Post Rock Judge Caught Me Speedin'. Lynx Hollow Happy Dance. Also Maddie the Sexy Plumber. And Mulberry Meadows Trademark. Those among this last year's ennobled goats in the years 23 and 24.
Well, a tremendous class of junior females to end our junior division. The one that we collectively landed on is that red hip female, one that just I think brings the most amount of good to the table. You start to evaluate that one, and she's just extremely seamless in every transition. That one has to go, and you study her at the top of her head, the width of skull, the width that she has between her horns, and you follow that one down to the top of her shoulder blade, and she transitions impeccably smooth the top of that blade through her spine. You study that one in the farther back she goes. She opens up to really good spring of rib. She's opened up at the ground. One that we felt was just a very good, comfortable place to start the class from. The one in second we felt phenotypically is the closest match to our class winner in terms of look from the front, from the side. You know, that's one that maybe gives you just a hair more depth of body in that rear flank, but you start to sacrifice some extension and some natural femininity in that particular female. But I think a solid pair of does in that top spot. The one in third is certainly intriguing. You look at her, she's extremely good as far as head shape, depth of that lower jaw, loads of breed quality that one gives you. She gets just a little bit more compact for us, especially in a class where you've got those two bigger outline females that give you more stretch, more length, more height. That one right there just falls a little short in terms of extension, but as far as center body mass and skeletal width, that one right there certainly gives you a lot to look at and be happy with. The spot back is one that there again, she gives you a good look from the side, very good as far as head shape and breed character, but where we start to get a little disappointed with her as you get behind her, she doesn't have near as much natural muscle shape on the inner portion of that rear leg. You get directly behind her, that one's got a lot more open space there right above her stifle. If we can give her just a shot more power, that one right there can maybe rework what we do. But the spotted doe that follows her there, extremely deep-sided and big broody, a lot of productive wedges, that particular female, but you study her from her hip back, maybe not as smooth as some of the females that stand ahead of her. I think from a production value, though, that particular female can certainly bring a lot to the table. And next comes an extremely long-bodied type female, very elegant. However, you look at that one from behind, she just wants to work those hocks a little bit too close for us, more than what we're comfortable with. And the doe that follows her next is really a deep-sided, broody type female, but for us, she seems to be a bit heavier fronted and doesn't maybe have that. She almost has a reverse wedge. We want to see a deeper flank than we do up front, and that one came to us a little bit more of a reverse type package, but there's one that certainly still gives you a lot of breed character and a lot of substance down low when you study that one in terms of foot and bone size. And the one that comes in next is extremely good-headed in terms of head shape and breed character. You look at her, maybe just a little bit more moderate package, maybe gets out horse in terms of natural muscle shape and expression, but one that certainly gives you a really good, smooth, clean look in terms of her chest floor you get in front of her. And the two does that come in next are a pair that we kind of want to change the same things about, and we appreciate the same things of them, and that is they're very elegant, and you appreciate the natural refinement they give, but we just need to add a shot more power and more center to these females, and maybe a little bit more depth in that rear flank as well. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Great job to all of our exhibitors here in class number 7 of our junior full-blood does, 6 to 9 months. Your top 10 are as follows. In 10th place was Anna Sprague with ARS 5 Sephora. Your 9th place exhibitor was Noah Teal with Black Cover Girl. 8th place goes to Paul and Kim Morgan with AWS 1 Miss Liberty. 7th place goes to Helena Omni with Melhoff Boers Maddie TRV Spot On. Your 6th place exhibitor was Adeline Horn with Addie My Smokin' Pony. 5th place goes to Marrell Sumabat with 2M Beauregard's Dots and Dashes. Your 4th place exhibitor is Jackson Harmon with Melhoff Boers Seriously Sincere. 3rd place goes down to Colton Danke with GISTT Stand By Me. Your 2nd place exhibitor is Piper Fisher with Maddie TRV Dirt Road Diva. And your top exhibitor here in class number 7, junior full-blood does 6 to 9 months, was Trevor Maddie Clemens with Maddie TRV Dirty Dancing. That now brings us to class number 8, junior full-blood does 9 to 12 months. Should be 39 entries in this class. We will now kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 8 of your junior full-blood does of 9 to 12 months. We need our class winners from 1 through 7 to go ahead and line up in that holding area if you haven't done so. Class winners of 1 through 7, please line up in that holding area.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we start off the class with this nice doe, very long doe, beautiful doe. It was a doe that caught our eye as soon as she came into the ring. Just a lot of width front to back on this doe, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful head on her. Look at that side profile and that deep muscle that she's got. Just a very nice doe. Congratulations. This was a very good class. It was a very easy class to judge if you have this type of quality that you see in these animals. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, nice and wide over the barrel, over the loin there. Just a doe that shows very well. When you turn her loose, she's even better. This doe standing second. It's a doe that really, she fought the way up here and she really done well. A lot of bone to that doe. Probably not as long as that doe standing in front of her. But ladies and gentlemen, you look at her, she's balanced. She's wide. She's full on the inside of the thigh. She's got a beautiful chest on her. Like I said, we like that bone that she has on that doe. Nice side profile on that doe. The doe standing in our third place, also very nice. Probably a little overpowered by the doe standing in front of her, especially when you look at the hind legs on that doe. I think the doe that was second had better legs compared to the doe standing in our third place. But otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, it's a nice doe. Very similar. It's a nice pair of does. Good quality to both of them. A lot of muscle. If they walk away from you, you can see they're nice and full on the inside of the thigh. They're nice and deep in the twist. This doe standing our fourth spot. Beautiful chest on that doe. A lot of bone to her. If she walks towards you a little bit, you can see there's a lot of power on that doe. We really do like the side profile on it too. Good hip on that doe. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, she's a longer doe compared to the other two that were standing in front of her. She was a doe that was totally all by herself in the class. If you look at it, we would like to see just a little more meat in the inside of the thigh, a little more deeper in the twist, but beautiful side profile on that doe. Like to see just a tad more bottom jaw on that doe, not as sharp in the mouth. The doe standing behind her, nice feminine doe, beautiful side profile on that head, lot of breed character, nice chest on her too, ladies and gentlemen. You look at her standing like that. If you look at her from this angle, she's nice and full behind the shoulders, over the loin there and over the barrel. Like to see her just a little bit stronger in the hind legs. When she walks away from you, she turns inward a little bit. This little doe standing behind us, beautiful side profile, a lot of breed character in the head. I like to see that. Nice wide nostrils on that doe. You can see just a nice feminine doe, a little finer bone compared to the doe standing in front of her, but a lot of depth to that doe otherwise. Doe standing behind her is also very nice. Good head on that doe too, ladies and gentlemen. Probably not the depth of this doe standing in front of her, but you can see good length of loin on that doe. Good hip on her. Just not as full in the hindquarters compared to the doe standing in front of her. Then this big bone doe standing behind her. A little short on the hip compared to that doe in front of her, ladies and gentlemen, but good depth to that doe otherwise. Nice side profile too, nice feminine doe, beautiful chest on that doe. Like to see a little bit stronger on the hind legs too. Same with this doe standing behind her. As soon as you turn her loose and they're off the chain, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the hocks are turned inwards a little bit. They don't have that deep twist compared to the doe standing in front of her, but a beautiful chest on her. The same with this doe standing behind her. Very good class, congratulations. Just want to say, we try to keep the goats here. When we turn the goats loose, we try to keep them here so you guys can see it. I hope you guys see what we see, and so it makes it a little more fun to judge the goats if we turn them loose right here in front of everybody.
Great job in class number 8 of your junior full-bloods of 9 to 12. Your top 10 are as follows. In 10th place was Cassidy Pagel, showing Regal Eyes Up Here. Your 9th place exhibitor was Bailey Lamb, showing Bay's Easy Little Darlin'. 8th place was Logan Holland with 2 Ambor Goats Jewels. 7th goes to Eli Merrill with NF3 Newton Farms Let Her Rip. 6th place goes to Paul and Kim Morgan with 2 Ambor Goats and Taylor. Your 5th place exhibitor was Cameron White with RW1 Sweet Magnolia. 4th place goes to Cassidy Pagel with Regal Authenticity. Your 3rd place exhibitor was Taylor Jones with T9 TJ97 3 Hayes Simply Something. 2nd place was Bailey Brumfield with PCSG Claire, and your top exhibitor last class was Shane Merriman with SRF2 Shamrock's Tail Twister. That's the results of class number 8. We will now have our junior division drive. Junior doe pairs, please get lined up in the holding area. Junior doe pairs followed by mixed pairs. As we're watching our junior division drive, we'll remind you that we do have junior pairs next, followed by the mixed pairs. We'll take that 1 hour lunch break. During that 1 hour lunch break, we will have, what do we call it? Showmanship. We have Oldtimers Showmanship. Thank you. I was making sure I had the right terminology down. But Oldtimers Showmanship, that is sponsored by Beatty Livestock over that lunch hour.
All right, guys, this is certainly an extremely deep junior drive here. I think we've got 8 on each side here. But definitely, I think when you set them apart and you look at them on our first place line and our second place line, we all agree out here. I think that this is a very, very deep but consistent set of females here, from the front all the way from our babies here that we've started off with in the 0 to 3. Their sound, the potential that they're going to have. I mean, they're green, yes, but the potential that you can see in their future, they're made right. You get back into those 3 to 6s and you start getting a little stouter. You start getting a little firmer in how they're put together. You start getting a little deeper bodied. You move into the 6 to 9. You start getting even more power. You start getting a little more length and a little more depth and just an overall show appeal, eye appeal, productivity. I mean, they just start growing. And then when you get into that 9 to 12, you really start getting into that stage of they're starting to look maternal on you, and that's an excellent thing to see in these guys. For us, you know, there definitely was some discussion on maybe flip-flopping some things, but it was over the same 2 goats. I mean, these 2 have rose to the top to us, just an overall look, the way that they're put together. I mean, I don't think you could make them any better off the ground, and how they move from front to back. They're square, they're wide, they're correct. When you handle them up top, they've got enough shape. They balance up extremely well on the profile. They're elegant enough, but they have the power to help to balance that out and make that an even better package. I think these 2 females go extremely well together, and we are definitely excited to go out and shake the hands of those 2 does for you in this junior drive. I'll go out and shake the hands of that champion in reserve.
The results of your junior division drive, your reserve champion, coming out of class number 8 was Shane Merriman, shown SR F2 Shamrock's Tail Twister. And your champion division, junior division, doe belonged to Cassidy Pagel with Regal Unfinished Business. That concludes the junior division today. We'll now go into the junior pairs, followed closely by our mixed pairs. Junior pairs lined up in the holding area. Once we get the thumbs up that the pairs are lined up, we'll start bringing those junior pairs into the ring, followed closely by our mixed pairs. So as soon as those junior doe pairs walk in, mixed pairs, please get lined up in the holding area. Thanks. Results of your junior pairs. Your champion was Ava Sand, and your reserve goes to Piper Fisher. For junior pairs. Mixed pairs, please get over to the holding area if you haven't done so. Mixed pairs. After those mixed pairs, again, we will break for lunch. And during lunch, we will have Oldtimer's Showmanship. And we have our mixed pairs rolling into the ring right now. Mixed pairs are rolling into the ring. Again, that lunch hour will be 1 hour long after the conclusion of the mixed pairs. Run over to Showcoat if you haven't done so. Today's their last day here. Grab your last-minute needs before Showcoat leaves. Casada Creations should be all packed up and out. But we still have a lot of vendors here throughout the facilities all the way through till tomorrow. That'll bring us to the end of our junior divisions today. We'll now take a 1 hour lunch break. We're going to make it official. We're going to resume at 2 o'clock. So you're going to get about an hour and 10 minutes for lunch today. We'll resume today at 2 o'clock with class number 9 with the Yearling Fullbloods. Your junior mixed pairs category, your grand champion is Eli Merrill. Reserve champion goes to Walker Short in those mixed pair classes. Again, adult showmanship or Oldtimers Showmanship will start here in just a few minutes. We get the Oldtimers lined up. Again, we'll resume with class number 9, the Yearlings, at 2 o'clock. First yearling class of the day. This is yearling full-blood does of 12 to 16 months. We should have 34 entries in class number 9. Class number 10, if you can kindly work your way over to the holding area. Class 10, 12 to 16. Welcome back our judges today, Sammy Lorena, Michaela Burns, and Anton Ward, your judges here this afternoon for today's Full Blood Doe Show. We can send a big shout out to our ring superintendents, Wade Rogers, Kenzie Cobb, and Jesse Kimmel, as well as our barn superintendent, Elizabeth Westfall. Thank you to them for doing a great job this week of keeping things running smoothly here at our ABGA Open Show. We'll go ahead and kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 9 of our yearling 12 to 16 months. Thanks again to those exhibitors here in class number 9. Class 10, if you'd make your way over to holding. Class 10, yearlings 12 to 16s. While they're out in the back, loose on the chain, or loose off the chain, we'll recognize some more of our ennoblements. Little Acres Farm, Annie Oakley. MFR1 Paradox Justified Trouble. MR14 Spot Me Some Cash. As well as OKS03 Square Dancer and OKS03 Troublemaker. Among those ennobled, Richardson's Goose. Sarah's Naughty Boar's Capsane. Orbit Cities Kickin' Brass. BGR Blue Gainies Ash Porky, TST1 Windy Acres Crown Lady, Caprioli's Above the Legal Limit, Culver Family Farm Bruno Mars, CDAF Bodacious, Able Acres NBD Chippendale, 31721 Cheap Thrills, Bear Creek BCG 1068, Harambe's Dreammaker, and BMO4 JSSG 5150. Among more of our ennoblements here in this last year. We'll announce more of those throughout the day.
Well, a really good class of yearlings to start the afternoon off. The young man with the class winner there has got one that, for us, when we turned her loose, that's where she really started to kind of captivate our attention. That one right there on her own natural ability, when you set that one in motion, just is extremely striking. Carries so much charisma and presence about herself and an eye appeal and look, and you get to study and evaluate her in terms of skeletal dimension and width. That one's the biggest and most powerful, especially through her front end. You can look at her nose and her muzzle down at the bottom. That one translates so much progressive width from the tip of her nose, from the width between her horns and all the way back. That's one right there that we felt just embodied the most amount of good for what we were looking for. The one in second we felt was the closest in terms of phenotype to our class winner, matching our class winner in terms of look and rib cage and design. Maybe one that isn't as opened up in terms of her chest floor, but I think that's getting awfully picky of a pretty good set of females up there to start this afternoon off. The one that comes in third, the bald-faced doe, is one that maybe has just a little bit more elevation in terms of the point of her shoulder. Maybe gives us just a little bit more elegance in a couple ways, but when you really get down to brass tacks, that one right there in terms of overall power and mass and width does fall a little bit short, especially in comparison to the top two females that we've got. And again, we follow her up with a female that we felt in terms of look and type was the closest and paired up the best. The biggest thing for us that we'd like to modify and critique on that one is her back leg. She gets entirely too straight for us. We'd sure like to give her just a little bit more angulation and flex to that hawk. If we did that, we felt that's one that could be able to get out and travel a little bit better than what she does. The paint doe that rounds out our top five is one that I think you start to evaluate. That's one that's good in terms of circumference of bone and look, but when you really start to compare her to the four that's finished ahead of her, she maybe get just a little bit plainer, maybe not as level across her top, one that we could certainly clean up in a few particular ways, but again, I think a good female to round out the top five. We get to the spot female that comes in next, extremely big-barreled, big-middle type female, but she's one that we'd like to pull a little bit off in terms of weight. We feel she's kind of pushing the envelope as far as condition, but there's one right there as far as feature, foot, bone, and muzzle certainly brings together a lot of quality. We just need to peel a little bit of weight off of that one to make her a little bit more desirable for us. And the one that follows her, the spotted doe, same thing. There's one right there. She's carrying just a little bit more condition than what we'd like to see, but as far as length of body, that one is one of the longer females in the class, and she's certainly to be commended for that. One that we could maybe see just a little bit taller up off the ground. Maybe she'd balance up a little bit better for us in proportion, just a bit smoother when you get to really analyze that particular doe. The darker headed traditional that follows her behind is one that's extremely elegant and beautiful as far as that neck and that head. You start to look at that one, and she gets a little bit chestier in terms of her sternum. If we can clean her up a little bit and tuck that in, I think that'll certainly do a lot for us in terms of how much more natural elegance she'd be able to show us. We get down to the lighter-headed female, one that's incredibly big and open up and robust in her middle portion, where we want to change that one as we want to fix her in her elbow, particularly her right one. She kind of wants to wean out a little bit when you set that one in motion off the chain, and we need to give her a little bit more of a comfortable step and angulation of that rear back leg. The spot back that rounds out our top 10 is one that's really big in terms of chest, good in terms of how much width that one has over her top, but maybe wants to get a little bit spongier as far as that back pasture and the right one in particular. If we can strengthen her up a little bit more there again, that's one that could probably rewrite what we do here today. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Great job again to our exhibitors here in Class Number 9 Yearling Fullblood Does 12 to 16 months. Your top 10 go as follows. In 10th place is Madison Craft with MBG 14 Fork MK Siren Song. Your 9th place exhibitor was Nathaniel Arias with R4H Tita. 8th place goes to Farron Atkins with Gun 1 Consuela. 7th place goes to Josh Gano with GFXL Golden Girl. 6th is Bailey Hanna with YARBF Innovators YO11. 5th place was Riley White with YARBF Innovators Lucky 17. 4th place goes down to Maddie Boyd with Blue Gainies Nikki Rave. 3rd place is also Maddie Boyd with BGR Blue Gainies Naya. 2nd place was Walker Short with ROE3 Agava's Edge. And your top exhibitor in Class Number 9 is Cole Spurlock with MCRK Gimme One Margarita. We now move on to class number 10 of our yearling full-blood does of 12 to 16 months. Your second class of 12 to 16s, there's 37 entries in class number 10. We will now kindly dismiss the rail here. We're still working on class number 10 of your yearling does, 12 to 16 months, class 11. If you're in the holding area, class number 11, if you're in the holding area, you're doing fine. If you're not in the holding area, please make your way over there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, starting off the class with this doe, very nice doe standing in front, very long body doe, a lot of natural muscle on this doe, ladies and gentlemen. It's a doe, as soon as we took off the chain and she ran loose, she just showed so much better. This doe is wide in the chest, she's feminine, just a nice doe. Like I said, very good length of body on that doe. You look at the top down, she's nice and wide over the top and over the barrel. She falls in behind the shoulder. Just a nice doe, nice deep in the twist. The doe standing second, ladies and gentlemen, she is absolutely, there's a lot of muscle to this doe. Probably not the length of the doe standing in front of her, but beautiful head on that doe. She's just, if you look at this doe with the width that she's got, you would like to add a little more length to that doe. Otherwise, looking at the side profile, she's wide all over, front to back. She's a lot of bone to her. Beautiful head to her, ladies and gentlemen. It's just a good hip on her, but I would like to stretch her out a little bit, or we would like to stretch her out just a little bit too short for us. And then, but no holes in that doe whatsoever. Then there's doe standing in our third place. A little lighter bone compared to the doe standing in front of her, but beautiful head on that doe. Nice side profile on her. She's nice and wide, not as wide as the doe standing in front of her, but she's balanced, ladies and gentlemen, looking from the front to back. Good hip on that doe. Beautiful feminine wedge shape. She's just very nice side profile, nice and deep in the twist. You look at her from the top, nice hip on that doe, nice and wide over the hip and over the barrel there too. So the doe standing behind her, also very nice doe. Doe is deep. You can see as she stands there, probably not the hip of the doe standing in front of her, but beautiful side profile. We like the width on that doe on the chest. Looking at her down, she's nice and full behind the shoulder too. She just follows all the way through, ladies and gentlemen. Good twist to her. The doe standing behind her. Good bone to her. Excuse me. Good bone to her. Looking at the side profile on this doe too, ladies and gentlemen, very nice. Not as wide over the barrel as what that doe in front of us. A little more slap-sided compared to that doe, but a nice doe, good side profile, nice feminine doe. Doe standing behind her, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we come into some problems as we turn them loose. We saw a little bit of weakness in the hocks. They had a little bit of problems in the back, so this is also looking at this doe when she stands there. I appreciate the depth on this doe. Good hip on that doe. Just a little weaker in the hindquarters compared to the doe standing in front of her. Then this is the smallest doe in the class, ladies and gentlemen, but it's a nice doe. She's short, but a lot of width to her. Just a little overpowered with the doe standing in front of her. Doe standing behind her, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as she walks away from you, you can see she was getting a little weaker in the hind legs when she walks away compared to the one standing in front of her. The hocks are turned inwards a little bit, but good bone to that doe otherwise. Not as full in the hindquarters compared to the doe standing in front of her. Then this doe standing behind her, ladies and gentlemen. You can see there, not the hip of the doe standing in front of her. I'd like to see a little more hip to that doe. A little shorter too. A lot of bone to her otherwise. Beautiful head on that doe. And the doe standing behind us is a doe that a little finer bone compared to everything in front of her. Good length of body on that doe. But you can see as she stands there and when she walks away from you, hocks turn inwards a little bit. It was a very good class, very strong class. Congratulations to everybody.
Your results for class number 10, your yearling full-blood does 12 to 16 months. The top 10 are as follows. In 10th place was Caden Helgelson with BFRB Gucci's Standard Decision. Your 9th place exhibitor was Jose Arias with R4H Athena. 8th place goes to Bailey Lamb with Bay's Easy Commotion. Your 7th place exhibitor was Levi Dulms with SRF 32 Max Stout's Jersey Princess. 6th place goes to Angela Graham with HNHXL Tempest. 5th place was J.D. Young with R4H Medusa. 4th was Drew Pontius with DPON Platinum Edition. 3rd goes to Bill, Sue, Christy, Rebecca, and Nicole Hobby with Hobby Pretty Princess N2381. Your 2nd place exhibitor is Cassie Pagel with Regal Caitlin Clark. And 1st place goes to McCoy Llewellyn with LFF6 Regal Win and Doubt. That is the results of class number 10. We'll be rolling in class number 11. The 3rd class of 12 to 16 months, if my count is correct. Class number 11. Our random drug selection for this class is 3rd place to undergo testing. There are 39 entries in class number 11. We'll kindly dismiss the rail here in class number 11, your third class of 12 to 16 months. Thank you again to those exhibitors here in class number 11. Class number 12, start slowly making your way over to the check-in area. Class number 12, make your way over to the check-in area.
This was definitely a very unique class of does. I think we've got just about one of every style in this class. The whole lineup when we were picking, definitely there was a lot of different types and kinds. This trio here, we unanimously have put this set together as the most consistent and the most complete group of girls that we have in the ring here, starting from the ground, moving to the top of their head, and all the way to their tail. This set right here is what we definitely think has come to the top in this set. Leading with this dark-headed doe here, definitely one that you study her on the move, and she's seamless in how she connects all her parts together. One that you get over top of her and she handles with plenty of shape. One that handles well through the hip, but one that's super correct on the move. She's the soundest on her feet and legs, one that's still elegant and feminine through that front 1/3, and she's got depth of body through that rear wedge there. Just a really nice doe, well made, super complete one in this class. Definitely one that's worthy of leading out. We come to the young lady's second place doe here, and I think in type and kind, the phenotype of this female matches our first place really well. I think when you look at her from the side, she's exceptionally just gorgeous in her design and her lines and how she balances out. One that maybe when you compare her to the class winner there, she tends to fall maybe just a hair narrower through that front. One that doesn't quite track as wide. She tracks square, but not quite as wide through that hip. Maybe give her a touch more power to compete with the doe there in head, but still a really nice one there in second. We get to the young lady's third doe here. One again, you look at her from the side here, and for us that kind of separated that pair is when we set them loose, we got to see just a little more looser in her design, not quite as tight made, not quite as attractive on the move. She's a little less feminine than the two does ahead, but one that certainly still moves with a lot of angle, a lot of comfort there. One that we definitely like to see in that third hole. When we move into our fourth place doe here, definitely the largest bodied female in the class. She's by far the tallest, the longest, and maybe even the widest from front to back. But this one here tend to get a little too soft in the center for us. She wants to get a little dip there behind the shoulder, not quite as strong in that top as we'd like to see. One that also just displays a little bit of not as ease of moving off those rear two. She does tend to want to turn those hocks out just a touch, but still an excellent made, super massive female there in the fourth place hole. We get to this white-nosed doe here, one that certainly looks really good through that front 1/3. She's absolutely beautiful, one that's got plenty of width and design. Again, we get a little dip through that top line there, not quite as steep as some, but I mean, this is one here that I think is a little shorter bodied, one that gets a little stiffer on the move off those rear two, not quite as fluent as she moves off those rear wheels. We would like to see him open up just a little bit more through those hocks, but another nice doe for sure. Get to the young man's doe here, and on the profile, this one's super maternal, one that's very deep-bodied and angular. You love the foot and bone to her. You love the elevation out of that shoulder. One that just narrows up at the ground, doesn't quite have the spring of rib through that center. One that doesn't quite track out as wide as well. We just like to see a little more three-dimensional shape to her to put her higher in the class. We get to this young lady's doe here, and one that, again, you look at her from the front, and she's bold-fronted. She's got a really big, just square front there from the ground up, but as we get behind her, she does tend to bring those hocks in too much for us. One that we'd like to see a little longer-sided as well, and one that we'd like to see just a little more square in the hip to put her higher in the class. We get to this dapple paint doe, and one that's really long and tall. Again, she kind of matches the size and scale as maybe our red doe further up in the class, but this one does tend to lack some of the power that we were looking for today. We get a little finer boned, a little smaller footed, one that's still maternal in the way that she puts herself together, but one that we'd like to see definitely track with a lot more width, especially through those rear two, give her a little more shape and design to add her up higher in the class. We get to this young man's black doe here, and one that you certainly love the length of spine on, one that's absolutely long and level through that top. And when you look at her from the front, she's super impressive there in that chest floor, but one that we certainly have to see balance out quite a bit more through that rear too. We don't see the width quite the way we'd like to match that front. We'd like to see that same amount of width there in that hip pattern, and now she's getting away to balance her out and put her further in the class. We get to the young lady's red doe, and we kind of see see the same thing. We see plenty of width through that front chest floor. We got plenty of shape in that top. We do want to see her a little more up off the ground, give her a little more height, but definitely one we got to add quite a bit more width through those rear two to put her higher. Give these guys a round of applause. An excellent class today.
Great job in our class number 11 of our yearling full-blood does of 12 to 16 months. Your top 10 are as follows. In 10th place would be Autumn Hill with Homewreckers Red Hot. 9th place goes to Kendry Vargas with JJYL Homewreckers Blackjack. Your 8th place exhibitor was Colby Wilson with WARW Glitter Queen. 7th place is going to go to Jesse Vaughn with SQW Notorious. 6th place is Cecilia Knott with BSMF Precious Gemstone. Your 5th place exhibitor is Noah Teal with RMA2 Sweet Temptation. 4th place goes to Rick and Misty Allen with RMA2 She Stole My Heart. 3rd place was Lindsay Van Wyck with DTFVW I'm Gonna Get Ya. And your 2nd place exhibitor is Hannah Shafee with BSMF Memory Maker. And your top exhibitor in class number 11 goes to Eli Merrill with NF3 Newton Farms Daisy Dukes. That rounds out your top 10 here in class number 11. We are now moving into class number 12, up to the 16 to 20 month category. Class number 12, yearling, 16 to 20 months. Our random selector has selected 6th place in class number 12 for random select testing. Big round of applause for our exhibitors as we exit the rail here in class number 12 of 16 to 20 month does. Class 13, if you're in the area, go to the check-in area, please. Class 13 to that holding area and check in.
Well, perhaps one of the more intriguing classes today, and there was some discussion on the top end, but the one where we really didn't have to discuss a whole lot was about the gentleman's traditional doe that won the class. That's one right there that we found to be a great place to start, one that we recognize as being the most fault-free, one that puts together the most amount of balance and correctness. That's one I think if you were to saw her right through the middle, I think she wouldn't move. She's that balanced and that proportional. You get around her and she's just extremely smooth and crisp, every edge you choose to look at that one from. And as I stated, that's I think a great place to start in this particular class with the fundamentals that we're trying to push to the top of the line. The one there in second, the black and white colored up one, is I think really intriguing, especially from a front third shot. That one right there is extremely opened up. She's square to the ground from the point of her shoulder down to her feet. We certainly appreciate that about her. Maybe one thing, if we wanted to get extra critical of that one, on her right hock, she wants to bow out just ever so slightly, enough to be able to put her there in second. But one, I think, when you look at her from her stifle forward, there's still a tremendous amount of quality and good and value in that particular female that we found. The one in third, the other color spotted one, is extremely long spine. She's long from hooks to pins. She's got a lot of natural meat and muscle to her. She's maybe not as smooth across her top when you start to analyze her to the top pair of females, but one that we felt was a great place to put there in third with the amount of quality that she gives us. The next that's probably cut from a different mold is the spot back doe, one that's incredibly big-middled and big and brooding. We certainly like those qualities about her, but one, when you get to set that one loose, she just gets a real close for us in her hocks. If we can open her up from hawk to hawk, that one right there would probably be able to work herself up a spot or two, but that's where one area we want to be able to make that one better at. The gentleman in the green shirt that comes next has got one that I think is extremely naturally elegant, one that's still square to the ground as far as feet and legs, and we appreciate that about her, but she just gives up a lot of overall size and power and scale to be able to contend with the females that ended up above her. The paint doe that follows her is one that, again, gives you a great look, big middle, good robust rib, turn to that rib cage where we'd like to change hers on her front legs. We'd like to change change the slope and angulation of that one comes out of that lower portion of her shoulder, and maybe just give her a little bit more structural integrity in terms of that spine. Right behind her shoulder, she wants to deviate ever so slightly. And the big middled red doe is one that's extremely stout and big middled, maybe a little bit shorter bodied, and maybe when you get to analyze that one, it wants to get a little bit out on the corners a little too much when you look at her in terms of hawk and elbow, but one I think still gives you a tremendous amount of center body and mass. We just got to change a few things about that one to move her up higher. The lighter-headed doe that follows her is one that is really good in terms of productivity and center body and broodiness, but she's a little bit lower chested, maybe not as eye-appealing or has as much natural elegance as some of the does that stood ahead of her. We get down to these two females here in 9th and 10th. We've got a pair of females that are extremely big and opened up as far as chest width and overall body mass, but they share the same problem in that they want to turn in a little bit too much on their front feet and want to get just a little bit more pigeon-toe than what we're going to be able to be comfortable with here this afternoon. But let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Great job with all of our exhibitors here in class number 12 of our yearlings 16 to 20 months. Your top 10 are as follows. In 10th place was Ryland Sherwood with RMR3 Rebel Queen of Diamonds. Your 9th place exhibitor goes to Ashlyn Huff with ASHY Oklahoma Sunset. Your 8th place exhibitor was Tori Brinks with TBBGF Sapphire Moonstone. 7th place goes to Eden Bassford with Blessings in Disguise. 6th place goes to Madison Craft showing RMA2 Ember. 5th place was Brittany Kaysen showing Kaysen Miss Nora. Your 4th place exhibitor is Hannah Goddard showing Birdsong Boar's Sweet as Pie. Your 3rd place exhibitor is Ava Sand showing SEA 16 Made You Look. 2nd place goes to Extraordinary Treasures Fallen Rock showing 2 CCB JLT1 Futures Destiny. And your top exhibitor of class number 12 was Eli Merrill with SFGF2 Stapleton's She's Feisty. That's the results of class number 12. We have class number 13, the second of the 16 to 20 month classes rolling into the ring right now. We have 29 entries. There is no random drug testing selected for this class. If you haven't visited the Agribuckle booth yet, he has certain styles of buckles that he is running a special on right now, the buckles that you can have made for $100 right now. So move on over to the Agribuckle booth and talk to him about his $100 special on custom buckles that can be made. Big round of applause for our exhibitors as we dismiss the rail here in Class 13. Still working on Class number 13. Class 14, if you're in the area, yearlings 20 to 24 months. Class 14, we'll go ahead and line you up in the holding area. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we start off with this nice long doe here. It's a doe, as soon as she came into the ring, we kind of followed her, and when we started pulling, she was one of the first ones that we pulled, and it's when we turned her loose there, she really proven herself. It's a very nice doe. Long body doe, beautiful head on that doe, just a nice feminine doe. When you turn her loose, she's very correct on the legs, front and back. Looking at her, walking away from you, ladies and gentlemen, she's nice and deep in that twist. She's a feminine doe. Really do like that barrel. She's nice and wide over that barrel, good and wide over that loin. Just a nice long body doe. Like I said, very feminine. Then we have this big bone doe standing second. Also a very nice doe. Good head on that doe too, ladies and gentlemen. Not the length of body of the one standing in front of her. But otherwise, if you look at that doe, she's got the depth. She's nice and deep. She's nice and wide. You can see the width follow from the front to the back. Nice feminine doe. Good hip on that doe. Then we have this doe with a beautiful head here in the third place, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of breed character in that head. I love that bottom jaw on that doe. You can see as she stands there, you can see she breathes good. Nice and wide in those nostrils. You follow her back. She's a little short on the leg compared to the doe standing in front of her, but good length of body. Otherwise, good hip on that doe. Just a nice doe she's width from front to back. Then we have this doe standing in the fourth place, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a doe that we started, when we got to this place, then we started looking at more and more problems going backwards. This doe is probably not as long as that doe, doesn't have the hip as the doe in front of her, but a little finer bone too. But otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, good chest to that doe. Also a nice feminine doe. Like I said, we just like to stretch her out a little bit. And then the doe standing behind her, like to see those passions. If you look at the side profile on those does and they walk away from you, you can see you can see the back passions on this doe getting a little soft. We would like it to be up on those passions. I know it's a long passion. There's nothing wrong with a long passion, but we would like to see those passions up a little bit. And then, when this happens, ladies and gentlemen, we have to move those goats backwards. And this goat would have been further forward if it wasn't for that. Beautiful doe otherwise, nice feminine doe, good depth to that doe. The doe standing behind her, a little straight in the hind legs, ladies and gentlemen. Good length of body on that doe otherwise. Good depth to a nice feminine doe. Good end on that doe. Doe standing behind her. Also very feminine. Good bone on that doe. Little close together on the hocks as soon as she walks away from you. Good hip. Nice and deep in the twist. The doe standing behind her. Good chest on this doe, ladies and gentlemen. Really do like how she flows, how full she is behind the shoulders. You can see nice feminine doe too. You can look at that head. A lot of breed character to that head. Also, when she tracks, when we turn her loose back there, she turns to be a little weak in the hind legs. Then, ladies and gentlemen, this doe, big bone doe standing behind her. Good length of body on that doe. You can see she's nice and full on the inside of the thigh there. Good chest on that doe. Very wide chested doe. Very close together on the hocks. We like to see a little more width between those two hocks, ladies and gentlemen, but you can see as she stands there, turns inwards a little bit. Well done, sir. And then we've got this feminine doe standing here. Very nice doe too with that. A lot of breed character. There was a lot of does in this class with a lot of breed character. It's very nice to see that. You look at that doe getting soft on the passions a little bit. Like to see her up on those passions. A little bit stronger than what she is. That's what put her so far backwards. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the doe standing behind her, standing on a little bit on top of her legs. Like to see the front legs just a little bit wider. And otherwise, good length of body on that doe, good hip on that doe. Just a good class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our exhibitors here in class number 13 of our yearling 16 to 20 month class. Your top 10 are as follows. In 10th place is Tori Brinks with TBBGF Luck Be a Lady. 9th place goes to Austin Pope with two Ambora Goats, Queen of the Party. Your 8th place exhibitor goes to Tucker Llewellyn with Regal I'm the Bigger Bear. 7th place is Tegan Walker with BRH7 Jameson's Ginger and Lime. 6th place was McCoy Llewellyn with Regal Never Look Back. 5th place was Elena Blair with 3XAB Miss America. 4th place was Kylie Gorka with NF3 Newton Farms Malibu Sunset. Your 3rd place exhibitor belongs to Amber Schroeder with 2 Ambora Goats Girl Gone Wild. 2nd place goes to Agalis Harlambopoulos with 2 Ambora Goats Valentine Candy. And your top exhibitor here in class number 13 of your yearling Fullblood 16 to 20 was Russell Sutherland with 8262 Sutherland Acres Mistress. That cleans up class number 13. Moving it now to class number 14, 20 to 24 months. There should be 33 entries in this class. The judges have made their decisions. We'll now dismiss the rail in class number 14 of our yearlings 20 to 24s. We'll now need our top exhibitors from classes 9 to 13 to make their way over to the holding area. Top exhibitors from classes 9 through 13 to the holding area, please. First and second class winners, if you could make your way over to the holding area. First and second class winners over to the holding area. Or if you're nearby, at least let them know that you are. Thank you.
Well, I apologize for everybody on the sides of how long this class took for this set of yearlings, but I'll be perfectly honest here. We've got a lot of quality from the knee up. I feel like from front to back here, we have struggled from the first place all the way to our 10th place and our integrity and structure. When it comes to the overall structural integrity of the entire class, we had to pick the kind of least amount of faults when it comes to putting them on the move, turning them loose, and seeing how they travel, how they work those moving parts together. This doe here, this single horn doe, this is one that we felt was the least fault, or the most fault free. Definitely a female that you really love from that angulation out of that shoulder, how she stands in that front 1/3, one that's got tons of width and power and mass across that top. She's long and level through that spine. She's got plenty of depth of body. You love the angled wedge that she has, but I'll be perfectly honest, I really want to strengthen those rear 2 pasterns on her. And that's being critical, but that's being very honest, and that's being, that's where we have to go. That's going to have to be something that we really, really want to see change, but still a really nice one in our first place. Congratulations. When we come to the second place doe, I think type and kind, the phenotype of these two, they pair up really well, not just in the coloring of the dark heads, but you look at the profile and how they're built and designed on there. They definitely blend out of that shoulder in the same pattern, one that still handles with a ton of mass in that top. They travel really good on the shoulder and the hip, but again, I think this doe here, we just want to strengthen those 2 pasterns, and that's being completely 100% honest and raw with you guys. I really want to fix this, and that's going to get further down the class, but I feel like this female here definitely puts a lot of parts together with the least amount of faults. We get to this doe here in third, and this was certainly one that we all 3 discussed a lot on. One that's really raw in her makeup. She doesn't quite have the hair that's covering her today. We appreciate that. One that's a little more broody type, not quite as feminine and elegant as we'd seen in the first 2 that come ahead of her, but one that's certainly a very maternal figure here out in the third hole, but one that maybe gets a little fleshy, not quite as tight built, not quite as clean made through that front 1/3, and still we tend to get a little close in the back legs as she travels away. One that we want to see with a little more muscle, and I think if we square up those rear 2 and kind of tighten some things down just a touch, she certainly would move up into class. We get to the young man's paint doe here, and one that definitely is attractive on the side profile. When you look at her, you love how she comes out of that shoulder and the top of that spine. One that has a really level top to her. One that we feel definitely needs to come down in condition. We want to shave off some weight off this female here. She wants to get a little too big in that center, and then in time, when you get behind her, she wants to get way too close at the ground. When you get to the traditional here in fifth, one that from that front 1/3, you love everything about her. She's really wide base. She's square made in that front end. One that ties really well into that shoulder and level through that top. But again, this one we saw as we turned him loose, this one got a little stiffer in the hind legs. One that didn't quite put all those parts and pieces moving fluently in that hip junction. We want to see that kind of change, get a little smoother, a little more balanced, bring those rear 2 legs out quite a bit wider to match that front end that she's got that's so powerful and massive, but still a nice doe there in fifth. We get to this paint doe here, and one again, you look at her from the profile and she's certainly pretty to look at, but one that tends to give up some overall width and mass. Definitely one that travels a little closer at the ground than we'd like to see. One that maybe doesn't have quite the strength in the top line as well, but you certainly appreciate the elevation out of that shoulder. She's long-necked, pretty headed, one that's got a nice, good breed character about her, but we want to see a little bit more of her and definitely widen her out from front to back as she gets away from you. We get to the young lady's blonde-headed doe, and this one here, definitely, again, you look at her from the front 1/3, you love her from the front. She definitely has the look there, and she's up-fronted and elegant. One, we like to fix the front legs as she tends to toe out just a touch, and then we get to the back, and she tends to hawk in just too much for us to put her higher. We'd also like to see maybe her top line come up just a bit, but definitely a good one there in this lineup. We get to this dark-headed traditional doe, one that definitely looks good from the front. You love, again, the front 1/3. It's elegant, beautiful. Love the head and the horn set to her. One that gets a little tighter made. She's a little more wound up, as I'd like to describe. One that we'd like to see a lot more fluent, a lot more seamless in how she gets away from you and how she puts all those parts and pieces together on the move. One that gets certainly too close for us through those rear 2 as well to put her any higher. we get to this young man's paint doe here, and I think this doe is a little more moderate in size and scale, one that doesn't quite have the frame size of some of the does that led out ahead, but one that certainly you like how she comes out of that shoulder. She gets a little frailer made in terms of bone and overall foot size, one that needs some more mass and meat, one that, again, I would like to widen up as she gets away from you. When we round out the class here with this black-headed doe, I think it's been a trend. We've liked the front 1/3 on all of these females in this ring, but guys, we have certainly run into the feet and leg issues off those rear two especially. And this female here is no different. Beautiful, elegant, love the head, the horn on her. A lot of breed character to this doe here. One that you love how she ties into the shoulder. She's deep through that center rib, but one that gets certainly too close and hawks in quite a bit for us to put her any higher in the class. Congratulations to you all.
And as the yearling division comes to a close, we got class number 14. Here's your top 10 as follows. Your 10th place exhibitor was Colton Cobb Workman with Wonder Livestock Bambalam Betty. 9th place goes to Blakely Harder with Three Hayes Nothing But Classy. 8th place is Isabella Phillips with SBZ1 Little Miss Muffet. Your 7th place exhibitor was Cassie Foley with PFW Show Me Boars The Mystic. 6th place is Brittany Gardape with HSF 13 Hillside Heart of Dixie. Your 5th place exhibitor was Amber Schroeder with Two on Board Goats Riverboat Royalty. 4th place is Tegan Walker with BSMF Never Saw It Coming. 3rd place is Russell Sutherland with MFR1 As Good as Gold. Your 2nd place exhibitor was Bailey Burgum with BAB4 Brooklyn. And your top exhibitor of Class 14 was John Frisia with BMAC BMF 859. That rounds out Class 14. We'll now have the Yearling Fullblood Division Drive. If you have not stopped by the Boar Goat Nation booth, they're going to load up most of their merchandise today. So if you'd like to purchase any of the Boar Goat Nation apparel, go over there before they load up that merchandise.
Well, for those of y'all that are ringside, put your hands together for this yearling drive. This is quite the lineup. When you look at the quality on your first and second line, there's some options to choose from. For us, there's a pair that we landed on really quickly, and for us, our champion was a very quick decision. One that I think just encompasses a tremendous amount of good from the ground up. One that is one of the widest based females and migrates up high from the point of her elbow up to her shoulder blade with a lot of progressive width. You study that one. She just gets bigger and wider as you look at her throughout. One of the strongest headed females in the class out here. Just a rather quick decision for us. For reserve, one that we felt pairs up the closest, one that's extremely good at the ground just as well. Maybe not as stout featured perhaps when you look at her in terms of circumference of bone, but one that matches her in terms of skeletal width and dimension. I think a really high quality drive. Again, if y'all would put your hands together, I will go select your champion and reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your reserve champion yearling full-blood doe goes to Eli Merrill out of Class 12, showing SFG F2 Stapleton's She's Feisty. Your grand champion is McCoy Llewellyn out of Class number 10, showing LFF 6 Regal When in Doubt. Congratulations to all exhibitors competing in our yearling full-blood classes today. We'll be getting our seniors lined up here momentarily. Seniors get lined up. Class number 16 should be in the holding area. We need 15 first. 15 should be in the holding area, followed closely by Class 16. Our judges have made their way back in. We now have Class 15 of our senior does, 24 to 36. Should be lined up in class number 15. We'll be bringing those in momentarily. As soon as those does come in the ring, class 16, start getting your way into the ring. Class number 16. Thank you. We got a few more ennobled goats. The board has called us to mention. Those ennoblements here the last year include Bootjack Boars, Jack Daniels 12H, PFO8, I Got a Feeling, BTB 3, Bassford's Party Time, EKB1, Bassford's G-Wagon, HRDR 401k Tribal Tattoo, Lynx Hollow Heedy Lamar, Lynx Hollow Way Cool. Also, ROR1 Flint J464, as well as 4JJ Static Decision. BAMF Queen Latifah, 8881 Double D Scandalous K22. ROLN Roland J, Roland R Lone Star. 1 KKF Rebels Hot Toddy. 2 Emborgoats Mojito. PFO8 Wildberry. ROR1 Out on Parole. Herm Darkness Corella. Big Blue Boars Pure Power. 4L Boar Goats Something to Talk About. Some more of our ennoblements we've been told to call out here in the last year. Congratulations to those ennoblements. We'll have some more for you after a while.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in this senior class, congratulations to everybody here. Starting off the class with this long feminine doe. Just a very nice long body doe. If we can change anything, we'd like to see a little bit deeper in the flank. But you look at that doe, beautiful head on that doe, just a good length of body, beautiful hip on that doe. Very correct on legs, front and back. The doe standing second, probably not as long as the doe standing in front of her, but she's got the width. She's got the width that follow all the way through to the back. Good side profile on that doe, good hip on her otherwise. Like I said, if we can just stretch out a little bit, very correct on the legs, front and back too. And then we have the third place goat here. Very elegant doe. Also, looking at that doe, good width of between the front legs, ladies and gentlemen. She's got good length of body on that doe. A little weaker in the hind between the hocks that we would like to see. If she was a little stronger, she would have been further up in class. Like to see her just a little bit wider between the hind hocks, but you can see there, good hip on that doe, nice and deep in the twist. Just a good side profile, very feminine. Then we have this doe standing behind her, ladies and gentlemen. Nice head on that doe, a little soft on the passion. You can see the passions close to me. Front or the back one, you can see tends to be a little soft. Like to get her up on that passion a little bit. The doe standing behind her, good length of body, good depth to that doe. You'll drop your rummer, okay? Like to see it a little wider between the hocks. When she walks away, the hocks turn inward a little bit, but good side profile, nice feminine doe, got good depth to her. Then the doe standing behind her, ladies and gentlemen. This doe is really like this type of doe. You can see good, she's in production. It's a very nice doe, good length of body on that doe. Like to see just a little more muscle to her compared to everything in front of her. And then the doe in the back, just a little overpowered with everything in front of her. Very good class, very well done. Thank you.
That's the results of class number 15. Your placings are as follows. In 7th place was Samantha Sullivan, showing IJ Farms Ida's Wild T Swan Lake. 6th place exhibitor was Chase Zilkowski with CRCZ Check Out the High Beams. Your fifth place exhibitor was Riley White, showing TJ D7 D2 Boars Uptown Funk. Your fourth place exhibitor was Grace Ellis, showing Teal Genetics Vanity Fair. 3rd place goes to Eli Merrill, showing RMA2 Stars Have Aligned. Your 2nd place exhibitor was Paul Morgan, showing 2M Boar Goats Bourbon Fancy. And your top exhibitor in class number 15, senior full-bloods 24 to 36 months, was Helena Almley, showing MEL 13 Melhoff Boars 628 She's It. Again, that's the results of class 15. We now have class 16 in the ring right now. Seniors 36 plus months. There are 22 entries in this class. Our random selector has selected 4th place for random testing. 4th place here in class 16. One round of applause for those seniors as we go ahead and dismiss the rail here in Class 16. 36 plus months.
A super deep set of seniors out here. Definitely, I gotta say, I love from front to back that we can see the maternal aspects and the productivity and the soundness of these does when it comes to being productive members in their herds. For us, we've unanimously come across this doe that leads the class as being the most fault-free, and that's starting from the ground up. That's definitely one that I think that off the lead really impressed us. On the lead, she tends to get a little tighter, but off the lead, this doe was really smooth when she moves. She ties all her parts together really seamlessly. One that's wide-based and tracks true and square to the ground. Probably the most integrity in this female that leads out. One that maybe you could give her a touch more length, maybe stretch her out just a touch more in the neck, but definitely one that still handles with a lot of maternal features. She's got the depth of body to her, and again, the most fault-free in terms of just getting on the move and being able to track and function and just still maintain the productivity of herself. A really nice one to lead the class. When we come into this second place doe, this was one where we had to kind of get a little give and take here because you really do love the design of this female here. One that's just beautiful in her lines. She's got the length and she's got the elevation there. She maybe gets a little lower to the ground than the one that takes the lead in the class and maybe the one that stands behind her, but definitely one that I think that sorted herself into that second hole. When you get around the front of her, she just tends to not have that base width that the one that leads in the class has, and she tends to get maybe just a touch soft through that pastern in the rear too, but definitely one you have to appreciate the functional udder, the base that she has there, the depth of body, just really fine hairs that were splitting between these two, but a really nice one in second. We get to this paint doe here in third, and this one is what we call a horse. I mean, this female here is as tall as she is long, one that's absolutely massive in her design. I think what sorts herself into that third hole there is she's just not quite as feminine made. She gets a little coarser from the profile there, but one, you certainly have to appreciate the mass and power that she brings to the table, and she's still, for her size and scale, she maintains her integrity quite well. Yeah, you could maybe touch up here and there as she tracks away from you, but definitely one that I think has still got a lot of good there. We just want to see her a little bit more refined to put her up higher in the class. When we get to this fourth place doe here, this is another one that from the profile we really loved. One that from that front 1/3 there, I mean, she's absolutely beautiful. But when you get into that rear leg, I think what really set us down here in that fourth hole is we need a little more angle in that back leg and that hock. She gets a little too straight in that hock there for us to put her up higher in the class, but you still got to appreciate just how this female's tied together in that shoulder and how she comes out through that spine and travels to that hip. If we could fix that hock and that rear leg situation there, she definitely could move higher in the class. When we get to this young man's doe here, this traditional one that gets a little more elegant and feminine, but tends to give up some power for us today. She doesn't quite handle with as much mass across that top, not quite as wide from the base of the ground up. One that you definitely want to see just move a little bit more fluidly, but definitely one you still have to appreciate the extra femininity she has. We just want to give her a shot more power to put her higher. When we get to this young lady's doe here, again, this is one that the phenotype that she stands out here is just super attractive, but one that for us, we got a little too heavy condition, one that we'd like to see a lot fresher. We'd like to see if we be able to shave some pounds off there, off the center rib. One that I think, too, is that if we were able to do that, we could definitely put her higher in the class, but you still got to appreciate the mass, the foot and the bone that she carries there, but we definitely have to shave off some weight to put her any higher. When we get to the traditional dapple-headed here, one that gets a little more plainer about her head and horn set, doesn't quite have that refined look about her, but one you still have to appreciate the length, the body, and the levelness through her spine. This is one that just didn't quite travel as well for us off her feet and legs. She kind of wanted to toe out in the front, bring her hocks in too close in the back, and that's really what sorted herself down here on the lower end. When we get to this next traditional here, this is one that's big and bold fronted from the front, but one that just doesn't quite tie in again through that hip, doesn't quite travel as well off those rear two, and again we get a little softer through the pastern, but still a really nice, well-made one there for sure. We get to this young man's doe here, and this one again I think is where you get into some elegance. One that's super up fronted. She's elongated out of that shoulder. One that blends really nicely into that shoulder. This one's just a little more frailer made for us. Smaller footed, lighter bone, but you still got to appreciate the overall design of this doe. One that definitely just needs more power, more scale and size to move up higher for sure. We get to the young ladies doe here that rounds out our class, and I think this one here is definitely got some shape in that top there. For us, she didn't quite have the breed character we'd like to see. We'd like to see some longer, flatter ears there, more foot and bone size to her, and like to see her travel a little better off those rear two, but a nice class of seniors. Congratulations to you all.
Great job to all of our exhibitors in Class 16 of our seniors 36 plus. Your top 10 goes as follows. 10th place was Jordan Jelinek, showing MFR1 Paradox Call the Shots. 9th place was Isaac Cruz Redden, showing RBMG Reckless Kelly. Your 8th place exhibitor goes to Drew Pontius, showing DPON Heartbreaker. 7th place was Adeline Horn, showing Addie Cocoa Drop. Your 6th place exhibitors were Trevor and Maddie Clemens, showing Maddie TRV Dirty Velma. 5th place, Russell Sutherland with SQW Lincoln. 4th place was Cassidy Pagel with Regal Fancy Me Marie. Your 3rd place exhibitor was Blakely Harder with Bernie Catalea. Your 2nd place exhibitor was Trevor and Lana Fox with JCKN Desired Status. And your top exhibitor in class number 16 was Russell Sutherland with MFR1 She's Got That. And that is, again, the results of class number 16. We will get our seniors lined up, our senior class winners of 15 and 16. They are rolling into the ring right now, and then we will have our champion overall full-blood doe drive. Don't run away after the overall drive. We do have our pairs and our groups afterwards. And just a reminder to everybody that Friday at midnight is the deadline to have your animals and your equipment out of the barn. Animals must be out of the barn again by midnight on Friday night, just as a reminder. Junior and yearling champions, if you're in the area, to the holding area if you can, please. Junior and yearling champions, move over to the holding area.
As we find ourselves in our senior full-blood national doe drive, put your hands together for 4 really good, outstanding, productive females. There's a pair that I think when you really start to step back and critique and look at these females, there's 2 that really kind of go together and complement each other very well, physically speaking. There's of the 2, there's one that certainly has a clear-cut advantage in terms of length of body when you analyze that one. But regardless, they're a pair of females that are very good at the ground. They're opened up. They've got a tremendous amount of base width. When you look at them and you follow them up into their center body, they're opened up very well. Just a really outstanding set of females. We're going to go with your 24 to 36, your division champion, and follow up with your 36 plus for reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion, senior full-blood doe, belongs to Russell Sutherland with MFR1 She Got That. And your champion today is shown by Helena Almley with MEL 13 Melhoff Boars 628 She's It. Congratulations to all those in those senior full-blood classes. Class winners get lined up after the pictures. We'll have our class winners line up in that holding area. That'll take a minute or two, but if you were the junior or yearling champions, you should be lined up in that holding area, and they're in there. Great. After that, pairs and groups get lined up. Pairs and groups, be on deck and be ready.
At this point, we would like to present the Donald E. Byrd Premier Breeder Award to 2M Boar Goats, Paul and Kim Morgan. Please give them a big round of applause. They are your premier breeder. If you guys can please come to the ring. Where are they at? They were just right here. Oh, they went back. Okay. Well, let's give Kim a big round of applause. She is the much better looking half of that pair anyway, so. Here's the second half of 2M Boar Goats.
Grand drive for full-blood does should be lined up. Grand drive for the full-blood does, and they'll be coming into the ring right now.
Right, ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, give these exhibitors a round of applause. Really nice does here. Congratulations to everybody. It's thank you so much for inviting us, for getting us here and evaluating your goats. Really do appreciate it, guys. You know, we still got another day tomorrow, but look at these does. We're happy what we've seen here in front of us. A good group of does here. Congratulations to everybody standing here. Look at these juniors, ladies and gentlemen. Very strong doe standing on this side. Just a nice feminine doe. Doe standing second to her. Good long body doe. Beautiful hip on that doe. Then we have these two yearlings, a very strong class in these yearlings. Beautiful bone on this doe. Just a doe that's got good length of body, good hip on that doe. The doe standing second. Probably not the bone of this doe, but nice side profile. She's very, very feminine. Good hip on that doe too. And then we have these seniors standing here in the back, ladies and gentlemen. Come out of a strong group too. You can see that this doe here, good depth to that doe, good length of body, feminine. Doe standing second to her. Just nice and wide from front to the back. But ladies and gentlemen, our champion, reserve champion, is going to come out of the same class, and it's going to be our yearlings. Good job.
Your reserve champion overall, Fullblood doe, comes out of the yearling division, shown by Eli Merrill. That is SFGF2. Stapleton's She's Feisty. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, also coming out of the yearling division, is McCoy Llewellyn, LFF6 Regal When in Doubt. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors today in the Fullblood doe classes. One other reminder, we still have our pairs and group classes. Also another reminder to all of our exhibitors, animals must be out of the barn by 12 midnight Friday night. 12 midnight, animals and equipment must be out of the barn.
All right, before we start the pairs, I do have one thing I want to tell who won. So today, Matt and I had an idea to do a little bet on something. We were just going to do it between ourselves, and I said, let's include some other people. So we had a counting. Hold on, Mr. Anton. We had a counter that was counting the times that Mr. Anton Ward said, "Ladies and gentlemen." Would you like to guess how many times today you said "ladies and gentlemen"?
You're going to tell me.
I am going to tell you. How many times do you think you said it?
200 times.
So we put a pool together. $5 bought you in, and you pick a number, and we had 60 people put in their money. We had $300, and we're giving half of it to the JABGA. And you said, ladies and gentlemen, 66 times today. Now, the unfortunate part of this deal is Jesse Kimmel had 66. Yes. So, I mean, and let me tell you who all was in on this thing, Mr. Anton. So, all the superintendents, your other two judges, the drug testing couple back there, our announcer, our photographer, myself, and lots of other people. We have had a really good time today counting the number of times that he says ladies and gentlemen. And I'm really glad you're taking this well, because I was hoping you weren't going to get offended or anything. So we really appreciate it. With that, I think you should donate it all, Kimmel. All of it needs to be donated, Kimmel. Donate it all. Come on, Jesse. Jesse. Oh, man, that's not good, Jesse. With that, let's bring in our senior pairs.
And in the ring right now is your 12 plus pairs. As soon as we get those pairs lined up.
They're slip-ons.
Get of sire, if you can get lined up, please, in the holding area. Get of sire, please line up in that holding area. Your champion, 12 plus pairs, belongs to McCoy Llewellyn. Your reserve champion belongs to Cade Sanders. Congratulations to all those in the 12 plus pairs category. Our next class will be Get of Sire. As soon as we get Get of Sire lined up, we'll bring those in. And the gates open. In comes Fullblood Get of Sire classes. Fullblood Get of Sire. Produce of Dam be on deck. Your champion, Fullblood Get of Sire, belongs to BMAC Farms. Your reserve champion belongs to Walker Short. Congratulations to exhibitors here in our Fullblood Get of Sire class. Produce of Dam, be lined up and be ready to come in. Produce of Dam, be lined up and ready to come into the ring. We'll give them a few seconds, and our Produce of Dam will get lined up in that holding area and they'll be coming in. Produce of Dam. That'll be followed by our Breeders' Herd. Breeders' Herd, be lined up in that holding area as soon as this class is done. Breeders' Herd, we'll need you lined up in that holding area. Your grand champion produce of dam belongs to Maddie and Trevor Clemens. Congratulations to them. Your reserve champion belongs to Cassidy Pagel. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors in the produce of dam classes. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to congratulate McCoy Llewellyn with his animal LFF6 Regal When in Doubt, won all 3 titles in the full-blood categories this week. So congratulations to McCoy Llewellyn, the clean sweep with When in Doubt. First time ever done. And a whale of a doe. Breeders' Herd walking into the ring right now. Breeders' Herd exhibitors. Followed by that, we will crown our premier full-blood exhibitors as well.
Haven was reserve. Cassidy Pagel.
Locust Haven was your reserve champion of Breeders' Herd, and Cassidy Pagel was your full-blood champion, Breeders' Herd. So stick around. We do have Premier Exhibitor Award to be given away yet. Premier Exhibitor and Reserve. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have totaled it up. Your champion, Premier Exhibitor, Full-Blood Exhibitor, belongs to Cassidy Pagel. Your reserve champion, Premier Full-Blood Exhibitor, belongs to Eli Merrill. Congratulations to those exhibitors this week and doing a fine job exhibiting superior full-blood animals. Well, that takes care of our full-blood show for today. Pictures will be available with the judges here over behind the bleachers. We will resume tomorrow morning with our percentage classes at 8 a.m.